40 and old money.
I'll just let you enjoy this start up there. Ted, we're back at work, mate. Here we go. Oh, we're back. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome back. The Ted Coningsby channel, back from holidays. Our last holiday of the year. Apart from, of course, the Christmas holiday break. But it's nice to have a break to recharge them batteries. And we're back, Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian, and commentator. Hopefully I'm back. With remembering all my history. I've actually had a great time to switch off, literally. And of course we're joined naturally by our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. And in the background, if I can remember what engine it is, just kidding, that will be the Pratt & Whitney's F-100 PW229s, and they're applied to the F-15E Strike Eagle. And there are 4 combat ready squadrons that operate a wonderful aircraft here. This is home to the 48 Fighter Wing, which is made up of all and a variety of trades, from communication squadrons to the flying component. So if you're not too sure, the 48 Fighter Wing is the whole concept of all things that go here. So from the 48th Medical Group, they are part of the 48 Fighter Wing. The 48th Operations Group, now that's the flying component, okay? That's the flying component. If you remember, United States Army Air Forces, we had a group and then you had your squadrons. But above the group was a wing that managed a variety of groups. But modern days, a little bit different. We have an operations group, which is the flying component. So that's made up of your pilots, your ground crew, the generation squadrons of armourers, technicians, etc. So the 48th Operations Group have 4 combat ready fighter squadrons. They are as follows: the 492nd Fighter Squadron. It's a little bit breezy, isn't it, Ted? The 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. And as promised, been doing a little bit of history. I may have to draw them out for you. But looking at their lineage from all the way down to 1941, and especially when the group was activated as the 48 Fighter Bomb Group, the insignia, shall we say, the squadron's emblem has been pretty much exactly the same. So that eagle looking into that bomber scope, that is I found that was their first ever badge insignia. So that is a tick off my list. The next one, next squadron, are the 493rd Fighter Squadron, known as the Grim Reapers. Now they fly the F-35A. They were the latest and greatest to transition to the F-35A in 2022 from the F-15 C and Ds. Again, looking at the history, I can confirm that the skull and the lightning bolts that go through the eye sockets have been around since their creation in 1943. Now, I say creation, they were once known as a different designation, which I'll explain a little bit later on. But that is the traditional badge, has been around since then. Next up, we've got the 494th Fighter Squadron, the Panthers, who the finest, baddest, meanest, bleed red. They fly what you can hear in the background, the F-15E Strike Eagle. Now, the photo that I've obtained is quite dark, very hard to see for their insignia, but I can pretty much confirm that the Panther that sort of on a bomb, what it looks like, that again straight away all the way from 1941-43. all right, so that is an original, so that I can confirm. Now the next one is a little bit trickier, the 495th. Now, when the 48th Fighter Bomb Group Light activated in 1941, the 495th were first known as the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. A year later, they became the 88th Fighter Bomb Squadron, and then a year after that, in 43, they became the 495th Fighter Bomb Squadron. So I've had a look, and it looks like it does look like an aardvark carrying a bomb. I'll give it that. So I'm going to go with, they were probably aardvarks then. I'm not 100% sure, but 9th Reconnaissance Squadron of 1941 looked like a flying tiger. It looked like a tiger or a cat of some description sat on a bomb with a camera, which makes sense as reconnaissance. So I've done my best. It's the 495th that I'm struggling with at the moment. They could have been called the Daggers. You may see a dagger on even their latest insignia that they have, but there we go. And they the 495th made history at Lakenheath. They made Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing the very first USAF wing to operate the F-35A. That was on the 15th of December 2021. That's when it all transitioned to the F-35. They were going to have a name change, because before that they were known as the Thundervarks because of the F-111 Aardvark that they were flying, and they had a nickname called the Thundervarks. Now, of course, changing a nickname was under sort of put in the contest, shall to speak. They could have been called the Daggers, the Sabres. There was a few others, the Archangels as well, but they chose the winner, which was Valkyries, of course, the Nordic and Viking, and of course we've got Saxon linkage here, the Norse linkage with here. So there is a connection with that, hence they changed it to the Valkyries, and have been the Valkyries since 2021 when they arrived with the F-35A. So a little bit straight into the history for you there. Hope you enjoy our historical content. I've been doing as best as I can to just switch off while I was away, but obviously there was a few bits and pieces that I just got myself stuck into as usual. So thank you very much to all those who have been enjoying our members only content while I've been away. I did get to give you a how you doing? My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator, and it gives me great pleasure to announce we've hit 118,000 subscribers. Isn't that just amazing? Absolutely a true and you know, I was going to say a tribute and a testament to all of you who have supported our Ted Coningsby channel and kept going. And when I first started, like I said, I came here to film planes with a teddy bear. I didn't know that was in the interest of other people, because it made them happy and smile and they loved the content. So a big thank you to all of you 118,000 YouTube subscribers. And you know, we keep climbing, and it's done in a fun way, and I've kept it that way. I've always kept it in a fun educational way. It was quite funny because the history idea wasn't something that I thought, yes, that's what I'm going to do. It was something that just kind of evolved. I thought, well, there's a lot of history here, And I didn't know all of it. I didn't know any of it, to be exact. And I decided to give it a shot, learn. And I thought, why don't I learn as I go and then give it to you as well? And it makes me happy to hear your wonderful comments about the history, that, you know, you've learned something new. And then I really gambled and started to learn a little bit more about avionics and stuff and how aircraft actually works. And I was thinking, oh dear, what am I getting myself into? But, you know, I kept going and I've made it in a really fun way, and I hope you enjoy that concept for years and years to come. Lots of things now as we come into, we're nearly in November, lots of things to come up with for you. There are some exciting new merchandise that will be coming out towards the end of the year. For those that are joining us at the TED Party 3.0 will be able to get their first hands or paws on our new merchandise. Some new things coming up, so I'm looking forward to that as well. So welcome, it's good to be back. I feel like a little bit rusty, but you know how it is. You know, I've got to keep going. You know, I've got to make sure that our channel is much loved and keep our viewers coming back and inspire new viewers to come back as well. We are in the official aircraft viewing area. We are fortunate to have this as well. Again, the usual, if you're new to this, the usual housekeeping rules. Let's look after everyone. Let's look after the base and place. You know, if you be mindful of who's about, you know, are they here for planes or something else, etc. Don't touch the fence, don't damage the fence, block any entrance and exits that are used by the base. They may not, you may be new to this. There's one just over there, an entrance or a gate, shall we call it, not a crash gate, but a gate that is in constant use. So please don't park your vehicle or situate yourself there as well. So be mindful, park responsibly and sensibly as well. Let's all have a good time. Again, the world that we live in at the moment, be mindful of anyone not necessarily right here, but elsewhere. If you're venturing off somewhere, look out for anyone sort of attempting to fly a drone, maybe those that are up to no good, that seem to be hiding and really not there for plane spotting. If you are conscious of that, 101, there are numbers on the gates and fence here, and of course if it is an emergency, then do call 999. We've always said this in our streams as well, that if you are going to report someone, best to do it discreetly. Just drive off somewhere, just and do it there. Don't let them see you do it, because you just don't know what these people are up to. But there we go, that's that nitty-gritty part of it out the way. Welcome back to the show. It's yeah, for those concerned, I'm back. I had my holiday. I go on holiday twice a year, and it was nice to actually, you know, just switch off. And I did, with a little diversion, of course. As you can see, I did a Lost Airfields episode. I've got another Lost Airfields of the Starfish site that I'm working on at the moment, so there is that. But it was fun to do. I actually did that on the way to the holiday. It would be rude not to stop off. And I did a last final bit of Starfish on the way back home, so didn't count as far as I was concerned. But it was really nice to go to the Fleet Air Arm Museum, a really amazing place to visit. Real recommended as well. So if you're down that way, do visit the Fleet Air Arm Museum and get yourself some good times in there. Really good. And welcome back. We are back. Here we go. Now, there's been plenty of startups that I've heard, and yes, so my prediction was 10 o'clock start. I'm not too bad there. Probably is going to be a 10 o'clock departures, maybe. Who knows? Doesn't matter. Just turn up, hope for the best. Is what we do. You know it is. So our mid-stream, our in-stream checklist. Don't forget to hit that like button. Let's get this going on. Hit the like, and of course do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And if you'd like to know where we are, don't forget to hit that notification bell button as well. We still have no TEDs, for those wondering where they are. They're online. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk. No TEDs are now for air shows and big events. We've done that because it allows me with a little bit more freedom to change plans spontaneously, because that's the nature of it. What is that over there? That looks like the C-130 that came today. There's the Herky Bird. Lovely. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, and it is of course a United States Air Force in Europe base, part of the 3rd Air Force, one of the original air forces that were put together. The HQ is in Ramstein in Germany. They run 10 units, one of them being the 48 Fighter Wing, the other the 100th Air Refueling Wing as well. Also got the Heavy Airlift Wing at Papa Air Force Base as well. There you go. Fly. Oh, hello, here we go. Also the 31st Fighter Wing, the 406 Air Expeditionary Wing, the 435th Air Group Operations Wing, the 86th Airlift Wing, the 39th Air Base Wing, 52nd Fighter Wing, and the 501st Combat Support Wing as well. That's our 10. And RAF Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing is the only wing with a name. That's right. The only wing with a name. The Statue of Liberty Wing. Named because they were 25 miles or so away from Chamont's workshop of Bartholdi when they moved to France. And they fundraised $1,700. They sold a French Ford sedan to raise money to make a 3-meter replica of the Statue of Liberty, which still stands today. The 48 Fighter Wing have been known as the Statue of Liberty Wing, for those who'd like to know, since 1954, on the 4th of July of 1954. Here comes our F-15E Strike Eagles. So the red tail flash that you can see there indicates the aircraft is of the 494th Fighter Squadron, the Panthers. Now, it's not always the case though. Don't think that the colour matches the squadron to the pilot, because they can swap aircraft around. The 494th have flown a variety of aircraft through their history. Starting off with the A-18, the A-20 Havoc, the A-35 Vengeance, along with the A-24, the A-31, and then later the P-40, P-39, P-47, F-84, F-86, F-100, F-4, F-111, the F-15E Strike Eagle, First flight of the F-15 was the Alpha, the F-15A, in 1972 in July. A year later, almost a year later exact, in 1973, the F-15B, the family version, took to the skies for the first time. It was initially designated as the TF-15A, like a trainer, but they changed that to the B. 1979 saw the introduction of the C and D models. Then the first flight in 86 of the F-15E Strike Eagle, and then passed its IOC, initial operational capability, in 1989, and went to the 336 Fighter Squadron. At Seymour Johnson of the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing. And we got more. Don't worry if you're feeling a bit... do we have more? Yeah, we do. Let's do a little bit of a... Margot Baxter, how you doing? Joshua Brown, Sharon Chapman, Alan Q, Simon Watchorn, Aspen, how you doing? Mayhem Marshy, Perez, Matman Bush, oi oi. Living the dream, Mark Joyce, how you doing as well? Hope you're good. Leah, how you doing? Fritz, Dave Holloway, oi oi. We Stevie Boy, we got Just Joe. I know your names have a bit of a YouTube thing going on here. How you doing all? Richard G, how you doing? Abel Curtis. Mark Dudley. Aspen, what up? How you doing? Hope you're good. Here we go. These Pratt & Whitney F100 229s produce nearly 29,000 pounds of thrust each, and that's nearly combined 60,000 pounds of thrust. Now that is good. The afterburner is a staggering punchy 60 foot in length it can produce. Oh, ooh, yeah. We do have more. question the other day while I was away. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. Someone said, what does the ramrod mean? Well, that is actually links with here. Now, first of all, ramrod for here is an operational name for here. All right, it's like you get at Coningsby. It will signify a particular operation, but historically is actually suited for World War II United States Army Air Force fighter squadrons, because what they did at ramrod operations, they were actually fighter escort operations. So when bombers would go out, they would have an escort, and these were called ramrod operations, to fish out the attacking fighters to try to dispel and disrupt the bombers. So it's kind of nice to have it here in the UK to hear ramrod, which is a radio frequency, or but as a whole it's a particular operation, which I think is great that they use a fighter operation name, code name that is still used today as a type of operation, which I think is great. And a little funny one for you, another question. Now, you know me, I had a question today on a comment from today. It said, Ted, there was two questions. Ted, what is your favourite aircraft? So I think, and I believe that you will all be able to answer that for Ted, right? It is indeed the Eurofighter Typhoon. But the second question said, what is the best aircraft, what is the best fighter jet out there? And do you know what I said with that? The best fighter jet out there is the one with the best pilot in it. Here we go. Dee, 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 dee. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And for many of you, your favourite base and place, of course, for those that love fighter jet action or military aviation, this is your channel. It's time to RAF. Here we go. Edward Coates, how you doing? Dieter, Fritz, Marco, Alan Q, Aspen, Margot, Simon, Sharon Chapman. Sharon Chapman's just had a smoked salmon bagel. Well, Ted approves. He says no need to say sorry. He approves. Gina Wise, oi oi. Christopher Connor, no, not yet. I wouldn't say no. I would do it. A big oi oi to everyone who's tuned in. Oi oi. And I did get an oi oi all the way down in Yeovilton. So big shout out to you guys. to the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. How we doing? Hope we're good. Now the Fweep sound you can hear, without going into too much complexity, it is literally the opening and the movement of the nozzles, the exhaust nozzles on the F-15. It's air, literally the sound you can hear is the air moving those wonderful petals, which are, on closer inspection, they are slightly drilled to take away some of the heat that's exposed to it. But literally there's something called a CENC, a convergent exhaust nozzle control. And this mechanism creates and pushes air through the actuators. I think there's about 6. Basically, if you don't know what they are, they're like pipes connected to the exhaust nozzle, which then pushes air and opens fully the exhaust nozzles. Fweep. And I'm a proud owner of that word. I've actually bought that word as a registered trademark, so I can apply it to t-shirts. I know, right? How cool is that? Fweep. And other digital use. Oh yeah. Plain spotted tone, how you doing? Hope you're good. Andrew Farley, oi oi to you. I have to kind of remember your names on here because the handles have gone a bit funny on here. Mark Dudley, Simon Watchorn, Mark Moody. Here we go. Rackham. And looks like a singleton here for this one. You'll notice, and it's to do with our geography and how nature works, you'll notice a lot of sand, and that's all to do with a lot of the to do with the ice age as well. But beyond the perimeter tracks of RAF Lakenheath is many of you may know Maid's Cross, again a geographical site of importance as well. It's got a lot of history with it as well, and it is of course a countryside. Maid's Hill Cross is a local nature reserve, covers around 370 square miles of countryside, and it's pretty amazing because there's lots of sandy trails that you'll see, and it's almost like craters. And of course this is from the conditions from 12,000 years ago. There's even remains of the ancient Roman built roads that followed Boudicca's revolt as well, for those interested. There's so much history here, and it's basically the sand is what's left behind from the Bytham River, which used to flow from the Birmingham area into the North Sea near Lowestoft, and this river would pass through the area of Lakenheath, and it's left behind what you can see today. So deposits of sand, you may see some tiny grains of what could have been pebbles at some point, and it is amazing. You've even got a natural spring, and I've always said this, you know, when we need water to survive as human instinct, and it was a site of Anglo-Saxons here, right here at Lakenheath, and it thrived from the 5th and 6th centuries AD here at Lakenheath. So about 1600 years ago this would have been thriving, and it was a military site of importance for sure. And for those interested, you can look more on the Maids Cross Nature Reserve corresponding English, I forgot the name now, I forgot that, Historic England, that's the one. You can have a look on there. So there you go, that's why there's sand here. It's what's left from the, shall we say, the Ice Age as it thawed out and left what used to be a river. How cool is that? For those who don't know, there you go. The craters, of course, with the amount of rabbit warren that we have here, that was introduced from the Normans, again 12th century. A bit like gremlins, they kind of multiplied the next day, and a lot of some of the instability, shall we say, or some of the craters are what's left over from not only nature, but what natural, shall I say, probably the correct word, but also from the rabbits themselves. Doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Dee 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 dee. As we wait for the next set of movements. How we doing? Again, while we're on the subject of history, like I said, there was, you know, you've got, like I said, the Boudicca's revolt. There was actually traces of the Roman road. I may not have added that in some of my historical Lakenheath facts and figures. It is pretty amazing. And so opposite side of where the control tower is today, so the north would have been north, there was a natural, and still is a natural spring there, and this was the key for a settlement of Anglo-Saxons. It's got a lot of Anglo-Saxon culture and history and archaeology here, and for those that don't know, we are stood, and if you look to the trained eye, there is a bit of an earthwork. It looks like a ditch that's been dug out. You can almost see it, that goes all the way around, especially here. This dates back to the 5th, 6th century. It is a medieval earthwork that we are stood upon. I don't know what it was, but wouldn't that be interesting if we had a time machine for them to... It works both ways for the Anglo-Saxons to think, you know, these people are still here today watching. I mean, considering what we have technology wise, that would be interesting, but it would be nice to see how things were. But not much is left, although there were signs of a settlement here at least. But these excavations didn't happen so we found these out until 1959. The legend that is Lady Briscoe, who carried out the first excavation, she was actually the founder of Mildenhall Museum. So if you do go to Mildenhall, do go there, because it's amazing. And with support of the Suffolk County Council Archaeological Unit, they did the first digs here and found a lot of evidence medieval excavations from the medieval times, and it took a kind of like a bit of modern intervention, shall we say. As you drive on the A1065, if you're heading northbound, like heading for Brandon, let's say, if you have the main gate on your left, just before you get to that one, can't help but notice the beigey magnolia kind of coloured, well, back then would have been modern, like a 2000 period type of housing, and that was the case. The plans were to build new dormitories and housing for the station itself, but while they did the groundworks, this was the perfect time to do any excavations. While you're doing the groundwork, perfect time to excavate, and they did just that. In 1997 they found a fully armed Saxon warrior, which is what I love about this place. It seems to have a military connection, even Boudicca's revolt as well. It's quite substantial to even think there was Roman period, there was Norman period, and so on and so on. I even found some evidence of Bronze Age here that I've been looking at artifacts as well, but who knows how far and a military connection it's had here. But when they did the excavations, if you know the base, or if you go on Google Maps, you'll find like a sports stadium, or at least it was a baseball stadium. Around that area they found a total of 427 graves, 6 men buried with swords, 2 of those with horses. There were 3 minstrels in those graves, men buried with levers, 1 man buried with a quiver of arrows, a total of 96 females, and 2,500 or so glass beads. There are evidence of more mounds that I can see here. There's so much history here, it is unbelievable. One of the finds was a 5'10" male, buried with his sword, his shield, or what's left of it would just be the shield boss, the centerpiece, buried with his horse, but he was decorated. This isn't your usual burial. For those that are fans of Stonehenge, for example, will know that there's hundreds and hundreds of burial mounds, round barrows they're called. There are some long barrows. Again, long barrows are more the communal. There's more than one complex of burial, like a burial set of chambers. But a burial mound, a round barrow, there were different designs, of course, but it's for one person. And it's not totally common to have them buried with decorations. That meant that they were significant for, like, let's say a commander or a general, at least a leader of someone of special importance, maybe in military. Of course, with the sword, that kind of confirms it, right? So this is a very special thing, and you can see, and they've named him the Lakenheath Warrior, and you can see exactly how they found it at the Mildenhall Museum. Worth checking out. There was even offerings in there, but again, you know, decorations and jewellery, that kind of thing, can actually tell you who they interacted with. Really important. You can maybe work out what other military people that this person mixed with as well. So very interesting, so do check it out. As we move on a little bit to the 18th century, there was gamekeeping here, and there was a lot of rabbit warren. There's a lodge area as well, lodge, and the thing is with that, it's interesting to note that that's to do with the intervention of the Normans, who brought in the rabbits in the first place. They brought that for food, and then we start having all these wonderful craters and all sorts of things going on here. And then that leaves me to bring in a little story about the Mad as a Hatter. We have the Mad Hatters here because in a story close to Thetford, or at least Brandon, just to the south of me, just to the north of me, was a hat making company, and they used, sorry for those that love animals, but they used rabbit felt for decoration to make the hats, but to bind them they would for bonding they would use mercury. Mercury isn't really good in your blood system, so when they wore the hat it would seep into the human being, and hence the term Mad as a Hatter, because the mercury would seep into the bloodstream of the one wearing the hat, for example. So it kind of links the Mad Hatter, Mad as a Hatter here, although of course this nickname was probably way before then, or was it? We'll have to find out. Hey, we'll have to find that out. But during this time in 1916, there was evidence of military airfields training US Army Air Corps airmen. Don't forget, the United States was, relatively small air force. There was Newport and Bruges brands. I probably pronounced them completely wrong. The earlier biplanes, but people needed training on them. We needed to train pilots, and it was quite a new thing. 1903, the Wright Flyer, quite a new concept of flying, and the airfields in 1916, which is quite scarily. It's just 13 years later. We're now bringing in the idea of using aviation in the military world, so that's quite substantial as well. So don't forget that it's quite a new thing then. So there were the area here was used as a bombing range and so on, and airfields training US airmen and Royal Flying Corps, because the Royal Air Force wasn't established until 1918, 1st of April to be exact. So we had a bombing range here. It was a Royal Flying Corps, and in 1918, as I mentioned, the Royal Air Force merged, or at least the Royal Flying Corps merged with the Royal Naval Air Service and formed the Royal Flying Corps. In 1934, RAF Mildenhall opened on the 16th of October. 99 Squadron did arrive later in the year. They were operating the Handley Page Hayfords. Also, we had, that was in 1934. Now, Mildenhall is about 5 miles that way south in the direction of the backwards crow flying. And then just 2 years later, another base was built about 5 miles again, RAF Feltwell. They started off with the Handley Page Harrow. A very innovative aircraft, as opposed to bringing in that monoplane style of bombers into that, but it didn't see any operational service. In 1937, number 5 Group Bomber Command formed RAF Mildenhall, and then they moved a month later, October, to Lincolnshire. So this area was part of number 3 Group. All right, so this was a number 3 Group. 5 Group more for Lincolnshire area, and this is when I mentioned about the similarities or differences, shall we say, between the Wellington bomber and the Handley Page Hampden, because they were given the same specification, and it was the Wellington that was thriving in the skies here. And in 1939, 99 Squadron received the Wellington bomber for the first time at Mildenhall. Even the village of Lakenheath, they raised money for a Spitfire. They raised just short of, or nearly £9,000 for a Spitfire. This was not uncommon for people, shall we say, to raise money for an aircraft. You've got to think of 139 Jamaica. Was it 139? I hope I got that right. Jamaica Squadron. It was the newspaper of Jamaica that were raising money for Blenheims for the squadron, and in honour they put Jamaica on their squadron title. So it wasn't uncommon for villages, towns, people, just general members of the public to try to raise money for aircraft. In 1940, while the idea of building Lakenheath was given that option, so we would have a tri-base, so quite close to each other. Just, of course, we got Brandon. And with Mildenhall 5 miles that way and Feltwell 5 miles this way, they decided to build, and it was quite common, decoy airfields. Even there was one near Tuddenham as well. Now, decoy airfield is exactly that. There were 2 types, or even 3 types if you look at it in a different way. Literally a fake airfield, fake runway, fake planes. They had fake Wellington bombers here. They had reason for the Wellington because Mildenhall were operating the Wellington, so a Feltwell made sense to make it look like it. Camouflage fabric to put all over hangars, that kind of thing. And they had a bunker for airmen officers to operate it. Now, when I said 3 types, there was a K site for daytime operations and Q site for nighttime, but there was also KQ for both nighttime and daytime operations. Now, let's get this right. It was that effective. There were 2 things. It was so effective that Lakenheath was actually attacked 5 times, meaning that it saved Lakenheath. Spot on. Mildenhall, sorry. It saved Mildenhall. The next thing to think about is that they were so effective that even our own aircraft attempted to land here. So this meant they were quite realistic at night, especially. So they had to have like the flare system. I think is it goose flares or something like that. These red special flares that say "hang on" ally aircraft. This is a fake airfield. Don't land here. So they had to come up with something like that. The nearest I can show you to what that would have looked like, because there would have been officers operating the operating everything. Now this is the nearest I'm going to get. Of course, this is not a decoy bunker, but there would have been a blast wall in front of it, and this would have been buried under the earth there. The reason why I'm showing you that is the nearest I'm going to get you to show you the plan for a decoy airfield. Let's have a look. And this was in 1940, early 1940. This is what we had. Now I'm struggling to find my little bunker drawing here. I've actually taken the there we go, special ops, here we go. Oh, right, no wonder, it's quite windy. Okay, I don't know if this is going to work, but I'll do my best. Yeah, probably not going to work very well, but here we go. This is what the plan looked like. If I just go back a bit, I can use my other hand here to show you around. Let me show you around. The reason why I showed you that bunker, well, it's not a bunker, sorry, it's like a almost like a pillbox, is to give you an idea. This is the plan of it. All right, so you've got two officers in here. They come in, there's the blast wall. They come in, the engine room is on their right, and when they turn left, they got the ops room. There would have been a switchboard here to operate the lights for the whole, the runway. They even had a light for taxiing aircraft. So the officer will go here. So there's a cut-out section that I drew here, because there is a ladder. They come up here and they can move this little spotlight. A deception, lady sheds, teddy bears, and it saved Mildenhall 5 times. There was even targets that. Oh, sounds like we've got another aircraft taxiing down the catwalk. Let's go over here. Let's have a quick look, because I think we got more. Let's see what we got going on. So there we go. And then towards the end of the year, it was decided to actually get this base complete, and it was number 20 operational training unit that arrived all the way from Lossiemouth with the Vickers Wellington bomber. During that time, there was also furniture rationing, which we spoke about, and that was all due to the putting together the Mosquito, and the idea of doing that added to that. 1943, Lakenheath became independent, as it was functioning as a satellite station. So don't forget, Mildenhall was first built with grass runways. While it was closing to have hardened runways, the squadrons were operating from here. Does that make sense? And of course, having an operational training unit here, training airmen on the Vickers Wellington, provided a great source of locality to train, and then you just go across the road and fly in operations. So it was a satellite station. That included Tuddenham and Newmarket Heath as well. 149 and 199 were permanent residents here. Included raids, including the Operation Hydra at Peenemünde on the 17th of August 1943. Until the base finally closed on a large-scale operation to extend the runways in 1945. It took nearly 2.5 years. It was selected, along with Marham and Sculthorpe, as a very heavy bomber base for preparations for the B-29. Now, when the base was finally complete in 1941, it opened as RAF Lakenheath, and that's the reasons why it still carries the name today, because in 1948, in November, the United States Air Force arrived with their B-29s. The 2nd Bomb Group and the 307 Bomb Group arrived here. And started to operate. It was actually the 7504th Base Completion unit that arrived here first to open the base, and but it carries the name. There is a Royal Air Force Commander here, as well as the United States Air Force Commander, even today. Oh, thanks for confirming 139 Jamaica Squadron. Yeah, so what they were doing, they were selling a newspaper. I forgot the name of it. In Jamaica, and they were raising money for Blenheims because the squadron was almost annihilated. They were almost wiped out. I think they had something like 12 Blenheims, and I'm pretty sure they only came back with 3, and those 3 were on their last legs, or at least pretty much lost all of them. So there we go. And, you know, just to put this into perspective, someone's just asked why the presence here. Well, put it this way. In 1942, okay, US Army Air Force personnel started to arrive here. This changed the whole scale. This tipped the scale. And when the Echelons arrived with their aircraft in 43, this completely changed everything. To put it into perspective, there was, at 1945, there were 450 RAF stations along with 150 or so US Army Air Force stations. That is what I'm talking about. And the thing is, when everything settled down, we had something else, Strategic Air Command. So you learn and you have that. You work together to stop things from happening, which is why they came back, which is why there was upgrades again, because you can't let mistakes happen again, and you learn from it, which is why the presence is so important. And it is a strategic thing as well, because this is, naturally, we are an island here in Britain, it's a defence, but there can be weaknesses as well with being an island. But being strategically placed can make it a great deterrent as well. Oh, that's it, the Gleaner. Thank you very much. Williams 88, how you doing? Margot, Simon, Clive Bruce. Okay, so that's so stations. That is the traditional name for a base or an airfield. It's a station. That is the traditional name historically. And you know, those figures I gave you, there was a, let's say 20 to 30 stations that were not known to the public as well. that when stations were built and designated for Royal Air Force use, when it was changed and switched to United States Army Air Force use, you'll notice that they have numbers, and there was a few reasons behind that, and good reasons as well. For example, Station 139, which you may know of, Station 487, which I covered, well, it will be out released soon, but members can, if you are a Ted Coningsby member, you can get access first to watch our future videos for lost airfields. The reason behind the designation, it was for a couple of reasons. Sorry, I thought I had an aircraft there. A few reasons. One, first of all, for security. All right, so if even though they did actually say "See you at Charmy Down," which is one I covered, I put on yesterday as a preview for members. You know, all go to Thorpe Abbott, Station 139. So, you know, it was a security thing as well. Okay, so see at one station, it was for security, because before I go into a different side of it all, there was also a pronunciation as well. Even I get that wrong. Was it Arkansas? Eh? Imagine that. See, I'm about to land at Arkansas. I know it's Arkansas, but still, I get things wrong. I pronounce things wrong. So there was also that, and also a administrative clarity as well, to make sure that it was precise. Now, so that's the main reasons why they did that. Okay, simple as that, for security, because at the end of the day, they felt that having the name was probably a risk. Now, there's some interesting facts about that. Let's have a look at what the RAF were doing on their earlier aircraft. Definitely hear aircraft around. See, squadron markings, we kind of take for granted. They were just markings, they were just there, and here they come now. They look good. Making some screams. The RAF used to actually have the squadron markings actually written on the side. Now, that's not a great thing if you've been followed. So they scrapped that and did a 2-digit marking system using letters. Let's go into the sun. So I get the security side of things with that, you see, because, you know, if you got 115 written on your Harrow or your Wellington bomber, you could follow it and find out where the squadron operates from and exactly what their operation does, what they do. First arrival of the day. Hey, how you doing? All right.
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, thank you. All good. Right, there we go. Valkyries. right? Yeah. You good?
There's no one calling down. I've put enough.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, steady bands. Hope we're all good. So our first two arrivals. So, sounds good. Looks like I've got a low approach at Mildenhall just then. It won't be too far now. command. So that's another set of arrivals. And, so, as I mentioned earlier today with the history of the base itself, it's always nice to see what was here first. And of course it was the legendary Vickers Wellington bomber. For those that don't know, you can see the signs of the geodetic airframe here. A very special airframe designed by Sir Barnes Wallis, and it was an amazing concept to put together to take battle damage and to actually repair it and assemble it in a very quick way as well. So the Vickers Wellington bomber was the first aircraft to operate here, and that was when number 20 operational training unit arrived in 1941, and this was a very special aircraft for this whole area, as number 3 group of Bomber Command from 1938, 39 to 40, 41 played a real substantial part in a lot of the bombers concept and flying in. Of course, it was overtaken by the 4-engine bombers, ultimately, respectively, by the very famous, of course, the Avro Lancaster. But this had a very good reputation for a twin-engine bomber. It was actually the most produced RAF bomber of World War II, around 11,640 or so, thereabouts, made in 16 different variants as well. Had a few upgrades, had different engines as well in different marks. Had the Bristol Hercules, started off with the Pegasus engine and then upgraded on Mark III with the Bristol Hercules engines, which is why, you know, a lot of the marks you'll see very different specifications for it during that time. And it was in October 1938 it made its operational debut at RAF Mildenhall, so it's quite an icon for this area as well. So it was with 99 Squadron, and what I like about 99 Squadron is not only are they serving today at Bryce Norton flying the C-17, it's the fact that their squadron markings were actually LN. I know, it's kind of linked with here, if you know what I mean. LN, Lima, November. So a bit like Lakenheath. So that always makes me smile that when I hear that bit of info. So that's pretty cool. Just trying to listen out for more aircraft. What we got up there? So yes, and it was powered. The Mark III with the Bristol Hercules engines had a wingspan of 86 foot 2 inches, that's 26.26 meters, length at 64 foot 7 inches, could reach speeds of around 235 miles per hour with a service ceiling of 20,000 pounds as well. Could take some payload as well. The payload was 4,500 with 8 guns as well to match, and empty weight 18,650. I always like to add the empty weight on there, and just to give you an idea of what it could do. And it was subject to a record-breaking mission, shall we call it, in 1943 at the Broughton Vickers branch, where the men and women decided to try and beat a world record to assemble a bomber. The world record was 48 hours, and then they flew it. This was built in just 23 hours and 50 minutes, and then an hour later they flew it, which is an absolute testament to those involved to try and put that together to get it flying. In fact, the target was set at 30 hours. They had to wake up the test pilot and to get him out out of bed to come along a bit earlier, 6 hours earlier, to fly it out. It's quite a true testament to engineering, and a great aircraft. It had a good reputation as well for a twin-engine bomber of its time. It did well, and like I said, the most produced aircraft of the Royal Air Force in World War II. It was indeed the Vickers Wellington bomber. Hello, how you doing? All right? Yeah, you good?
Watching your channel.
Oh, cool. You're all right?
Yeah.
Good.
Say hi. Yeah.
Hi, how you doing? All right? Good. That's all right. Thank you. Oh, thanks very much.
How long have you been here?
Today, about 8 in the morning. About 7 actually. Sorry, the clocks are gone, haven't they? Yeah, all good.
Right, let's have a look. The next.
So a lot of you have a favourite aircraft. Now, I don't have the F-15E model to show you, but what I do have is the F-15C. Here it is. Look at this beauty. I know the light is a bit sharp. Let me see if I can move that there a little bit. That might be a little bit better. But there's our C variant there. It doesn't have the conformal fuel tanks, but nevertheless a masterpiece. And it is also missing the two targeting, or at least the two pods underneath the lantern, and the sniper pod as well. That's missing from there, from what you have on the E variant. But we'll talk to you a little about the F-15. I mean, the design. Come on, the design. It's been proven beautifully, hasn't it? And it's certainly got an excellent reputation. It is literally a symbol, isn't it, of United States American air superiority. Took its first flight, the F-15A, and in 1972, and in 1975 broke an 8 time to climb world record on January 16th, 1975. It managed to get to 98,425 feet in just 3 minutes, 27.8 seconds, and then coasted off to 103,000 feet. Yes, 103,000 feet. A symbol of American air superiority and a marvel of engineering, and an answer, of course, to the Foxbat MiG-25. And in literally 1960s, with the idea of planning this together, they didn't match the MiG-25. They outclassed it. And on the 1st of May 1983, during a training sortie, these stories here are just what this beautiful aircraft is capable of. During a training sortie, an F-15 collided in 1983 with an A4 Skyhawk. The F-15 out of control, spinning and nosediving. The pilot didn't eject, although the Wizzo at the time was indicating to eject, but the pilot whacked on the afterburner, got it into some sort of control with fuel spraying out, creating a cloud on the right wing. And when they couldn't really see what sort of damage was caused, but they found out until they landed. They landed at twice the speed they were meant to because of their situation, actually snapped the arrestor cable, but when they landed they realized they got back and landed with just one wing. So it can land with one wing. On the 13th of September 1985, here's another story. Major Wilbert Doug Pearson took off in a steep vertical climb, flying at just under the speed of sound at Mach 0.95 over the Pacific at around 36,000 feet. His target was not of land, nor of the air, or even the sea, but space. He pushed what they call the pickle button, launching his missile to intercept a Solwind P-78-1 satellite. It was moving at 17,500 miles per hour at 300 miles above Pearson's F-15. He is the only pilot to have scored an air-to-space kill. Amazing. And then, if that's not enough, on Valentine's Day 1991, it's the F-15E scored its first ever and the most unusual aerial victory. US Special Forces needed support in Iraq, and there were only two, by the way, the only air-to-aerial victory of the F-15 happened on this day, Valentine's Day 1991. And the target was a Hind Mi-24 helicopter, an attack helicopter, and Captain Jim Bennett led the way in his F-15, low level at night under the heavy anti-aircraft fire, and the US Special Forces were about to be pinned on the ground, trapped and snug in between these mountains. Using the lantern on the F-15, which I'll talk about in just a moment, Bennett decided to use a 2,000-pounder GBU-10 laser-guided bomb. I repeat, a laser-guided bomb. Why not an air-to-air missile? Out of range for that kind of thing. And the GBU-10 is really for ground attack targets. And well, the Wizzo locked onto the helicopter, but sadly the helicopters were airborne. Now don't forget they're wearing night vision goggles, and a big flash came on the screen. Yes, they actually destroyed a helicopter that was airborne with a guided bomb. I mean, that is just amazing. You know, what a story that is. And can't believe they haven't come back yet. I thought they were going to come back by now, but there we go. Goodness me. Right, let's have a bit more look. So it can fly with one wing. God, that weather's looking a bit emotional. So let's I mean, the F-15 can do a full spectrum of missions if you're not familiar with it. It's got a total of 104 confirmed aerial victories. Now in aerial combat, it's had those victories with zero losses. It's got a 45-degree swept, all metal. This is all metal. It hasn't got anything fancy like carbon composite or anything like that. The original radar, I know they're getting them upgraded. The original radar, so inside here, again, very delicate in there. It went from an APG-70 to a new APG-82 radar. That's AESA, the Active Electronically Scanned Array. The new radar increases the aircrew and aircraft survivability, and simultaneously it detects everything. A little bit like the DAS system. This looks like we may have some rain. Is it raining? Not yet. Oh dear, here we go. So yeah, it can sweep the ground, track multiple air and surface targets and ranges, and information sharing. There was a bit of a problem with the original. If you had a flight of 2 enemy aircraft and they split, the older system would have a bit of trouble trying to get a lock onto 2, and there was a few aircraft that were taking advantage of this during the Gulf War, but things change, eh? You've also, of course, the F-15E Strike Eagle. This isn't a Strike Eagle, but I will show you some bits around it. I'll give you a little tour of the F-15 here. They've even got what's called E-Pause, developed by BAE Systems. You see this little sort of antenna here, and there was one there. On the E-Pause, you can tell which one's got it because it's got 2. It looks like 2 of them there. It stands for Eagle Passive Active Warning Survivability System. Now this gives a 360-degree battle space survivability. So let's have a little look what we got here. There's a static air data pitot here. I don't know if you can see that little pitot. Nice silhouette there of that. You got the angle of attack and phase of flight, airspeed data pitots as well. And the intakes, or the inlets, are fascinating on the F-15. This weighs a ton, by the way. The air intakes are really, really special. They actually move depending on the angle of attack, and they've actually got ramps in there to control the amount of air that goes in, especially when going supersonic, which I find that's amazing, because supersonic air can do quite a bit of damage, or at least it's just too much air. So it's actually got ramps inside, and if the F-15 was to move like this, the inlets, they move up and down as well. It is absolutely amazing. It really is. And it can be packed. I think it's, dare I say it, I think it's the most packed fighter of the US Air Force inventory, as in how many goodies you can put on here. It's quite amazing. It really is. And then you've also got the afterburners. They can produce about 60 foot with the latest, which is the F100 PW229s. I say the latest, there are of course the General Electric engines. Now they don't Fweep, You got on the F-15E, you got conformal fuel tanks that hug the airframe, the fuselage, call it what you will. Pros and cons, well, you got extra range, but you can't, eject them off like drop tanks. But you can stick another 3 drop tanks and your external fuel tanks on the F-15E. You got an onboard ladder as well, and like I said, the 2 pods that are missing from here, which is quite which is present on the F-15. You've got what's called the navigation pod, the lantern, and it's a low altitude navigation and targeting infrared for night. And this navigation pod, it provides high-speed penetration attack on targets at night or in adverse weather at low level. Here we go, F-15s. God, that weather's changed, isn't it? Look at this. Actually, do you know what? I can hear the I can hear the C-130. And yeah, the other targeting pod is the sniper pod. That's what the Wizzo, the weapons systems operator at the back, will be constantly using, especially on attack and locking onto targets. Will be using the sniper pod, which is on the aircraft's port side. It is an effective aircraft to have a two-seater, as they say here in the US Air Force, the 48 Fighter Wing. Pilot rides the boat, Wizzo shoots the ducks. That's what they say. one of the things to have a look at the F-15E Strike Eagle, because a lot of people ask me, how do you know what engines are in there? Because of course they do have the Pratt & Whitney F100 PW220s and the 229s. The 229s, the only way you can tell is underneath, believe it or not. They're these little intakes. It's quite hard to show you. They're going to be about here. They're like these little induction pipes, a bit like the Pratt & Whitney's PT6. You know those exhausts that stick out? There's little pipes that come out here and here, just one either side of, you'll see them underneath, and that's how you can tell if they have a PW229 of the F100 family, which is pretty amazing. Empty weight, about 38,000 pounds. Can smash out just under 60,000 pounds of thrust. So we probably have our C-130. There's a shot. So you'll be seeing that very shortly.
Yeah, I got a tiny little further, but
yeah, so that's a little sneaky bit of sharp eyes. How to spot a Pratt & Whitney 229, the F100 229. If it doesn't have them, it'll be probably a 220. There we go. Hope you enjoyed that little bit of fact there. Here we go. There's a few more just Point Charlie. 2 more. Whiskey 7 there, which was once the livery on a C-47, the 37th Airlift Squadron during the D-Day operations. Would have been the 37th Troop Carrier Squadron, but today it's the 37th Airlift Squadron. Well, there we go. Always a nice sight, always a pleasure. See the C-130. That's the markings Romeo Sierra of Ramstein Air Base, the HQ of the 3rd Air Force, HQ of the United States Air Force in Europe, and the HQ for the United States Air Force in Africa as well. Right, I think it's time for a cup of tea. I'll be right back.
On the price release, yeah, it's like where every big tanker and stuff goes, like the aviation, like you check in on Google Maps.
Right, so I've just got my cup of tea. Well, I've got to mention a couple of things as well on the on this particular F-15 that I chose for a demo, and that's thanks to Jay of Rolls-Royce. So if we can all shout out for Jay there at Rolls-Royce for for this model. Of course, AGR models as well, a big contributor to the channel. Now you'll notice the 0156. Now this particular one is a Grim Reaper's, a 493rd F-15C, and this particular one has a couple of aerial victories that you can see the Serbian flag there, and this is to do with the 493rd's expeditionary fighter squadron, the Grim Reapers, who were involved in Operation Allied Force, a NATO operation on the 24th of March 1999 in particular. Notably, this particular one, call sign Dirk 21, actually had 2 MiG-29 aerial victories to its name. Captain Daniel Dave Rodriguez and Captain Mike Shower shot down a MiG each, and that was on March the 24th, 1999, and it was Captain Charles Chuck Huang who shot down the 2 MiG-29s. There is actually a canopy of one of those MiG-29s actually here at Lakenheath. There's also, speaking of Chamont Air Base, there's also a Statue of Liberty replica, a 3-meter one I believe, here as well at Lakenheath as well. So there's quite a few historical content actually here from the base, but 4 aerial victories in just literally overnight of the 493rd. So there you go. I just thought I'd show you that. While we're here, actually, I'll show you some of the markings and the way it works. LN is the tail code for Lakenheath. You may have seen RS, Romeo Sierra, on that C-130. That's the tail code for the Ramstein Air Base. So you'll have your markings here to identify the air base that the aircraft originates from. Now, you'll see, sorry about the light here, it's not the best. These small numbers here, 86, that's actually part of the serial number, but these 2 little numbers here actually give you an idea of when the aircraft was put into production. In 1986, that's its fiscal year, as they say, and the rest of it is 0156. That is the whole serial number, 860156. If they're making another aircraft into production, it doesn't matter whether it's an F-16, the next digit will be a 7, then an 8. Regardless, it will have 86, so you'll never have the same serial number on any aircraft. Although when we go into the year 3000, would that be an issue? Not sure. Anyway, just saying. There we go. So that's basically it. LN wasn't always the tail code. We spoke about this before when they arrived at Lakenheath with the F-100D Super Sabres in 1960, the same year as the Beatles were formed. There they are. They arrived here in 1960, 15th of Jan, with a different tail marking system for Lakenheath. So we had 3 squadrons arrive here, the 492nd, 493rd, 494th. They had a letter L and then a second letter to denominate the squadron. So it was LR, LS, LT in numerical order to match the squadron. For example, 492nd had LR, 493rd had LS, and the 494th had LT. You can actually see an example of this at Newark Air Museum. Now, when they arrived in 1960, they were literally the natural bare metal livery, but in the late 60s they decided to add camo, that sort of dark camo, to their F-100D Super Sabres. Isn't that just cool? That changed with the arrival of the Phantom. When the Phantom arrived in 1972, they changed the tail code system to just one tail code, which was LK. But that only lasted until the following year, 1973, when they decided to change it to LN. So it's been LN since 1973. Now, here's the thing. I came across something today, actually, even. I got a bit confused. I was like, what is going on here? And forgive me, I can't remember where it is. I can't remember where. Was it? It could have even been here. I just came across it. I was really confused. I came across a camo livery F-100D Super Sabre with LN on it, and I was scratching my head. But it was just done that way for Gate Guardian purposes. I can't remember if it's for here in the 70s. I think it was something like in the 70s. I think it was late 70s. but I don't know where that was from. It was a gate guardian. I'm pretty sure it had LN written on it, but it can only suggest here, but not 100% sure. Anyway, I'm just going to go and finish off my courtesy and stay tuned. Oh no. They just collided with each other. Oh dear. There's a wing mirror on the floor.
Where'd the Hercules go?
Hercules is up there.
Is it? I must-
Yeah, just gone into the cloud.
Oh yeah, there it is. I see it.
Well, it's quite high up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's at about 18,000, 20,000.
Oh, I found it, Dad. I found it. It's underwear.
That's what I'm used to seeing. Do you know what I mean? You can start going now. We can start going. Oh, right, that's no, it's there.
Hope we're all good, lady. Shed Steady Bear's just going to go and have a little tea break. Be right back. Just a bit of history now, just really quickly. Let's have a look what we got here now. Right, ladies, gents and teddy bear. I'll tell you what, I mentioned it briefly the other day. This was pretty cool how I've... Yeah, it's not going to be the best in this in these windy conditions, but I can't remember where it was. Was it Marham or somewhere? It could have been Waddington. It was somewhere like that. It wasn't here, I don't think. And I mentioned about the importance of photo reconnaissance and maps even, and the importance of omitting certain things. And there are military maps and military revised maps, and especially during the days of World War II as well. It was really important to have the correct map. Now, when I say the correct map, I don't mean the one where you're going. I mean, do you have a military revised one? Let me give you an idea. Let me explain a little bit further. This is a 1930s map revised in 1941 of Lakenheath and Mildenhall, and luckily I can fold it in a way that I don't have to, obviously, because it's so windy. Now let's have a look here. Let me get this into perspective. I'll try and there you go. There's Lakenheath train station, so I'm going to turn it this way. There you go, that's about right. So that's south. Yeah, that's about right, having it this way. Now let me have a look here. There's Lakenheath station. Just, where are we? Sorry, give me 1 second. I had it there for a minute. Gone all cross-eyed. Here we go. And then you've got Wangford. And there's the village of Lakenheath, which is over there. And you'll notice, where is it? There's the main road. There's the, I believe that's the 1065 there. But where is it? Where's Lakenheath? You see, all military establishments have been omitted. It's not present, and yet this is 1941, and yet Mildenhall is missing from here, which I'd love to show you, but I can't because it will just completely go all over the place. I'm just trying to see. I don't think this little road here that runs down, oh, is it here? No, that's Lakenheath village. So the Wangford Road, which is over there, is not even here, because the train station is over here. So you would have had that road. It's probably, there's that bend. So that road should come along here, and it should turn here for the viewing area. It's got the lodge, Wangford Fen. It's got some posh places on here. Wangford Hall. Let me see if I can get you Mildenhall as well. Hang on a minute. See if I can find it on there. Hopefully it's accessible. Yeah, got it. I see it now. So yeah, I've got parts of Mildenhall here, and I've got a funny feeling it should be over here, or at least here. So if you, hang on a minute, just trying to, there's a little area as well. I've got a feeling it should be about here somewhere, but again, that's been omitted on this map. Even Tuddenham Airfield, not there. I've even had a look at Feltwell. Perry, yeah, sorry about that. I should have put a little I probably should have put a bit of a disclaimer for Perry to just turn away if possible, mate. So yeah, you got Tuddenham here. The airfield's been omitted. Mildenhall airfield gone, and the rifle range and other military facilities all omitted on here for security reasons. How cool is that, eh? And that's from 1941, a Second World War map. How good is that, eh? Perry, I knew you'd love that. There you go. If you just to show you the there we go. Look, First published at War Office 1932. And at the top somewhere it's got revised of 1941. I can't remember where I found that, but it is amazing to see these sort of things, a genuine military revised map, which I find stuff like that absolutely fascinating. And I know Perry's probably having a having a cup of tea over that one. Right. Perry, I hope you're all right, mate. You're all good. Oh dear. But actually, it's funny because I got asked this before. A question which you may not know, but I'll be able to answer it for you. A lot of people have asked me, how do the BBMF navigate in their Spitfires, for example? They don't have any radar in there. They don't have it. It's literally an iPad using GPS and maps. Literally, that's it. Nothing special. Nothing special or anything like that. No radar in there. It's just literally map, or at least an iPad on their thigh, just to navigate like that. Simple as that. That is it. Good old maps, classic maps. That's it. Good old navigation. And I was mentioning it a little bit with regards to the technology that was used with the Wilde Sauer that I give you an idea of, talk about at Coningsby, because of the raid on D-Day when Coningsby took off with 97 Squadron with the Avro Lancasters, but sadly they were the first to experience losses of the Royal Air Force during D-Day. And I was mentioning about the Eberspacher who was waiting on alert, and he managed to claim 3 Lancasters to himself, and 4 in total, just on that one raid in just a few minutes on a night attack, and the perils of that. And yet there was also a lot of technology that was going on, which I've never mentioned before because I'm still learning it, but you may be familiar or maybe not with Battle of the Beams. There was a secret war that was going on, because you have to remember the technology involved here. And yet with technology, it's bulky. Okay, a lot of the technology was bulky during World War II. It wasn't. I mean, you think of our TVs in the 80s. They were what, 1 meter in depth, yet alone the width. Do you remember those big TVs? Imagine trying to fit that in an aircraft for pleasure. But the thing is, with radar, it was the same sort of thing. And I came across the turbine light Havocs, which I'd never heard of this aircraft before. Literally a flying searchlight. Without ruining it, because we've got. I've got the episode 16 coming in December for you. You've still got two more episodes coming up of Lost Airfields. They're coming soon, so do make sure you tune into them. And the Battle of the Beams was another one, and I mentioned Robert Watson Watt with the chain home, and there was also Dr. Reginald Jones as well, who kind of had this idea that the Germans were using sort of a beam system for accuracy, and it was true. There's, for those that may not know, the Knickerbein, the X-Uret and the Y-Uret. What is all that? Let me tell you and explain. And the thing is, you've got to remember, in 1935, H.G. Wells was booming in the cinemas, all right, which you've got X-rays being fired, these laser beams, you know, like robots and death rays, and actually death ray was something that the Air Ministry was actually worried about. They actually thought it was true. But the thing is, to go to the Air Ministry, the top brass, and go, I've got a system where I can locate enemy aircraft. I've also got a system where I believe the Germans are using a beam system and a radio frequency being beamed right across from enemy territory all the way to our shores, and a cross-section beam intersecting it. They're going to think, yeah, right, that's like science fiction, and it wasn't. In fact, Reginald Jones got it spot on. And I'm going to tell you a little story, not today, but I will probably do it for our Christmas special. It's going to be a lot of the Battle of the Beams, because I think it's quite an important story, and we'll focus on what's and what. And the way it would work, to keep it simple, was basically a beam that was sent, let's say from occupied France and Germany. A beam was sent from the German shores, and it will go. It was set to a target, and there'll be a second beam where it would cross over the target, and the pilot had to go up to the intersecting beam. That was one of the systems that they had. So one beam heading for the target, and a second one intersecting it. So where X marks the spot, literally. That got foiled, all right, by the genius that is Jones, Dr. Jones. The Germans, but he did it in a very good way. He didn't go, we found it, block it. He didn't do that because he didn't want to spook them out. He made the Germans think that there was something wrong with their system. So they come up with something else. I think it was the wider. I'm still learning. Forgive me if I got it back to front. There was a 6-beam system. 3 beams heading for the target and 3 beams intersecting. They even tried to master that, and they did solve that one. But then the one that was troublesome was the one that had used a transponder on the aircraft. So a beam was sent over Coventry, for example, and the transponder would send a signal to the aircraft, and then it will just basically indicate where that is where you drop the bomb. Very, very clever, absolutely amazing. And yet Dr. Jones actually worked out how to confuse it. He didn't go, solved it, let's jam it, because it would just mean they'll just do something, they'll just change the frequency, and then you'll be fighting one step behind. So he actually he fooled the beam to go somewhere else, like into a field, a countryside. Absolutely mind-boggling. And then try to explain that in 1939 to the Air Ministry. They think you're bonkers, mate. So that's the problem that we had. And so this beam system, this war of the beams, was going on invisibly. There was like an invisible war that was going on, unknown to people on the ground, of how accurate they were. It was amazing to even learn that, and chain home with Robert Watson-Watts having that detection system where he could again, the Dowding radar system as well, to use and actually structure fighter command, of instead of just scrambling everyone, actually structure it and do it little by little. And that way, you know, Goring, who was the chief marshal of the Luftwaffe, must have thought, I thought the RAF were small. They just kept coming, because one of the crucial things, and we are 28th of October, we're still in the Battle of Britain. One of the things that they found was the fact that the British kept coming, the RAF kept coming, because they weren't sending all of them out. The Dowding said, no, let's do little by little, because otherwise we're just going to lose all our air force. But there's a lot more to that, obviously. There's a lot of chain reactions, shall we say, is that the right word? There was a lot of just wrong moves, beneficial to Britain. There was a lot of wrong moves where they were the Luftwaffe and their intelligence were focusing on the chain home, but trying to. It was Martini, who was the lead intelligence of the Luftwaffe and Germany, who was trying to say to Goring, look, they've got this system, they can find out when we're coming. No, they haven't. Goring was old school World War I, like ace. He was a top fighter pilot in World War I. He was quite literally a maps, see it, shoot it kind of guy. He didn't believe in all this. I mean, he did give time. They were doing well. They were destroying a lot of the RAF bases until that one mistake where bombs hit London, and that was that. It was tit for tat, and that went out the window. But the concentration on RAF airfields, which was the whole point of what was going to happen for Operation Sea Lion, which was the operation code given to invade Britain, didn't happen. They changed methods. They changed direction in that. So there we go. So it's amazing to even think of things like that. The evolution of tactics, the evolution of the way it's done in that way. It's rather amazing. So there we go. All is good. So I think he's seen it. It's all right. I'm just. I think I was going to let him know that the wing mirror's down on the corner, but I think they spotted it. Never mind. All good. Yeah, there was a bit of a collision. The wing mirror's over there. Yeah, so that's something to really digest and think about. The trying to not only come up with ideas and detection and defence. It's actually trying to propose that idea to a world where that was science fiction. I mean, it was quite hard to do that, and we had limited technology, and yet technology improves all the time. But it was the essence of trying to persuade and to do it in time as well. It's an amazing story. So I'm working on a Christmas special for that. Oh, he's got it. Cool. It's all right. Something happened earlier. I caught that in the corner of my eye. It's all good. There we go. Right, at the moment we are just waiting for more movement. We do have a 2-hour time limit of no movement, it's time to go kind of idea. But hey, first day back, put yourself in slowly, you know what I mean? It's been a good holiday. I've really enjoyed it. Right, Ted's Guards March is coming up, and we'll get ready for that as well. Any questions? Let's have a look. I'll just go on the chat, see if there's any others on there. Let's have a looky here now. Let me just have a quick look. Yeah, hope you're all good. Daniel Walker, Alex Blackcat, Remco De Vrij, Sophia. Yeah, all your names have gone to the very different system. Mayhem Marshy, how you doing? Philip Goodfellow, Summer Watchorn, hope you're all good. Welcome to the show. Aspen, how you doing? Hope you're good. Leah, who's got Dot Do Little now. There we go. So it's all changed completely. Let's have a look. Did I enjoy my simulated heli ride out of the carrier at Yeovilton? Yes. Mark Moody, how you doing? Hope you're good. I'm all good. Yeah, it's been a good that first day back. Just been enjoying it. I feel a bit rusty, but I did give myself a chance to just switch off, and it's quite important. It's a little bit breezy at the moment, but all is good. So I'll get you some a Guards March. Just wait for a couple of the crew to just get off screen for a little bit. All is good. At least it's blue skies and dry. this hook. How we're doing, ladies? Shed to teddy bears. And Orion, free, Guards March. And a high five. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. I believe that's Linda or Lilo Doublefly. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Bex22, how you doing, Bex? Who's been a member. Oh, congratulations, Bex, for your 3 years milestone. Wow, that is incredible. 3 years of membership on this fantastic channel. What a journey Nikos and Ted have had, becoming such a beloved community and an institution within the military aviation. Congratulations on all your achievements, and thank you very much indeed, Bex, and that is a true testament to the channel with 3 years. Babzar with a whopping 21 months. Great to be back this morning, it sure is. Daniel Walker, 28 months as well. Thank you very much. Again, thanks for 28 months of fun with the TCS, Military Aviation and Education. Never sounded so good. Great to have you back today, Ted and Nikos. Everyone has missed you. In your honour, I'm gonna drink tea to celebrate. Well, oh, that sounds like a great idea. LC as well with 26 months. Great to be back, even with an additional one. Morning, Nikos and TCS. Thank you very much. Babzar, high five. Thank you very much. And a poor pump for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March to you. Thank you so much. And also, I forgot Lilo Doublefly's paw pump as well there. Simon Watchorn, 26 months. Great to have you back on the screens, Ted and Nikos. We've missed you. Only 1 month to go until the Ted Party 3.0, absolutely. And we've got William Ostis as well. Welcome, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers. Mixed bids, member for 7 months, thank you very much. Aspen with a whopping 33 months. Wow, that is amazing. Thank you very much for your 33-month membership. We are back, we are indeed. Donna and the Cake of Cat, member for 25 months. Good morning, everyone. Oi, oi. Andrew Farley with 16 months membership, 16 months. Who would have thought it? Hope you had a good one. I did indeed, it was great. Mark Moody, thank you very much for the super chat. Welcome back, boss. Great to see you. Hope you're feeling better and recharged. Holes look brilliant. They did, mate. I've really had a good time. Thank you. The Cobb family, 14 months membership. Thank you so much, Nikos, Claire and Ted. Guns up. And a guns up to you. Marco, member for 17 months. Oi, oi, oi. Angela, how you doing? I believe that's Angela Farley. Wow, that's gone quick. They get quicker every year. Thank you very much for your 17 months membership. Matt Foster with 35 months membership. Wow. Morning all. Hope you're well rested after your holidays, Nikos. I have indeed had a great rested holiday. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. Welcome back, Ted and TCS. The crux of life, friends and family, and Ted Coningsby. Thank you very much. Melky Stoddart, wow, 34 months membership. Oi, oi, jocks away. Nearly at the 3-year point. Keep doing what you're doing, Nikos, and all the best to the Teds, the mods, and the epic TCS community. Thank you so much. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. Malky Stoddart, thank you very much. High five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Bernie Haggard, thank you very much for your 13 months membership. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Living the dream. Mark Joyce, 28 months membership. Oi oi, 28 months and loving it. Let's ride. Jenny B with 18 months. The best months with the TCS. Thank you very much. Miguel the AV Spotter, 16 months membership. Oi oi oi, it's been a while since I watched the live stream due to school and work, so it feels great to be back. I hope you're well. Goodness me, that was just come on quite strong there. Williams 88C, high five, and thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A Guards March to you. Adrian Anderson, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Warren 094, high five, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March. Sharon Chapman, welcome back. TCS, looking great. Looking like a great day. Thank you for your 13 months membership. Andrew Stevens with a whopping 33 months membership. Great to have you back, Nikos and Ted. Hope you all had a good holiday and rest. Now onwards and upwards. Thank you very much indeed. Paul Che, 1983, member for 17 months. Welcome back, Ted and Nikos and Claire. Ian Whitting with 26 months membership. Wow. Ted, hang on there, mate. Oi oi, Ted and Nikos and everyone, thank you very much. Ange Baker with 25 months membership. 25 very happy months. Margot, thank you very much for 33 months. What a journey, thank you everyone. Paul Henry, member for 31 months. Hello from Liverpool, great show as always. Got Dave Earl with 10 months membership. Wow, that's gone fast, love it being here. Kevin Marshall, welcome, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron, Guards March. Clive Bruce with a whopping 31 months. Oi oi, another month gone. Mark Stubbs, member for 16 months. Oi oi, good morning all. Fweep, 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 fweep. Scooter B69, high five, welcome to the Posh Officers Club. Thank you so much for joining us. Chris Lane, oi oi, good to see you on here. 7 months membership. And Deister, member for 4 months. Thanks Ted and Nikos, loved every minute. Hayley Gilby, member for 16 months. Guards March, thank you very much. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat. Missed this last week. Henk Verhul, high five, thank you for joining the Posh Officers Club. Also got Helen Scott with 20 months. Thank you Nikos and Ted and Claire Bear for all that you do. Thank you very much. Crash Band Wallop Drones, 11 months membership. Oi oi, 11 months get in. Jake Jackson, wow, he's put, oh yeah, and he's got 31 months. Remco DeVray with 15 months. Thanks Nikos, Ted and Claire and TCS, you know how it is. Philip Knoll with 28 months. See you at the party. See you at the party. John Cotton, member for 28 months. Always enjoy your streams. Thank you very much. Guards March. The bit of sharpness on the light there now. Got a few startups at the moment, so we're just gonna wait around and see what we got. It's just coming up to 12:15 now here in the UK. How you doing? All right? How's it going? Okay.
To see the teddy bear.
Hello. You all right? Good.
Good boy.
So we just got some startups at the moment, and we're just waiting to see if we've got anything else. Trying to establish if they're still spooling or anything else like that. Fine, I heard a start up, but it's certainly a bit breezy at the moment. And if you just joined us, welcome to the show. Hope we're all good and well, and we'll give it till about 1400 and hopefully get some movements before then. there's our F-35s. Or at least it sounds like them. Out here now. Right, that sounds a little bit like the F-35A startup. That, I think, sounds like the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100. Does sound like it. And it's the world's, at the moment, currently, it's the world's most powerful single-engine fighter. The world's most powerful engine in a fighter jet. That's right, Pratt & Whitney's masterpiece, the huge turbofan, punching out 43,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. So let's enjoy that. While we wait for the F-35s, don't forget we've got two squadrons that fly the F-35A. Oh, gone the other way, gone the wrong way there. There we go. Two squadrons that fly the F-35A. So both with a lot of history. One has a lot of history and they've flown the mostest from what I can find on my research. First of all, let's start with the 495th Fighter Squadron. Now, they are the squadron that have flown the least and they've been inactive the most. In fact, they've been inactive, let me try and work it out, 44 to 43, 63 years they've been inactive in total over two periods of time. Now, the nickname Valkyries is something that was selected, and I'll explain. So on the 15th of December 2021, the Valkyries came here. Now, they were known as the Thundervarks then, and they were known as other nicknames previous to that. They had about 4 different nicknames, I think. I think Daggers or the Aardvarks, but I need to just double check that. But Thundervarks definitely from 1977 to 1991. They could have been called the Archangels, the Daggers, the Sabres. There was a lot of different nicknames, but because of the connection with the Anglo-Saxons, they chose the Valkyries, so they had to choose the call signs to go with it. All right. Now they started life out in 1941, 15th of January, as the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. All right, that's how they started life out. The year after that, they became the 88th Fighter Bomb Squadron. They specifically flew the B-18 Bolo at the time, and then a year after that, they became the 495th Fighter Bomb Squadron. All right, so that's when the unit, the Fighter 48 Fighter Group, had 4 squadrons with the numbers that we know today. But in March of 1944, they moved to the 407th Bomb Group. Fighter Group, sorry. Now, the problem with that is that group became inactive, and that was the end of them. And I've got this theory, and it seems to be the case, that when it was restructured into the 8th Air Force and the European Theatre of Operations, that kind of thing, they were really structuring everything that it looks like fighter groups had 3 fighter squadrons, all right, per group, and the 48th had 4. And I think what I need to do actually is have a look at the 407th. That might be a good way to do it. Have a look at the 407th and maybe see what happened with them. Maybe they only had 2 squadrons, or maybe they were reorganizing everything. But anyway, that's the 495th. They became inactive. They didn't come back till 33 years in 1977 when they were operating here with the F-111 Aardvark, and they had another nickname called the Thundervarks. Makes sense. F-111 Aardvark, Thundervarks. Now our next squadron, they've flown around 20 different types of aircraft. Formed in 1941, 15th of January again, and they were known as the 56 Fighter Bomb Squadron Light. A year later, they became the 56 Bomb Squadron Dive, I'd like to say. Yes, they did have a dive squadron as well. They were initially a training squadron, but then a year after that, 1943, that's when they became the well-known number that we know, the 493rd Fighter Squadron. Now, they were the Fighter Bomb Squadron, okay, and they set sail to actually they set sail, forgot the name of it. They set sail on the Ile de France and in Scotland, and then they took a 2-day train journey all the way down to Bournemouth area, RAF Ibsley. So then they went over to France eventually when things were gaining ground. Okay, the weapon of choice there, the weapon systems, was the P-47 Thunderbolt for both the 492nd, or for all 3, sorry, not both, 492nd, 493rd and 40s. The emblem that you may have seen with the skull and the 2 lightning bolts, I think it is going through the eye sockets, that's been their emblem since then. The 9th Reconnaissance Squadron that then turned to the 88th and then the 495th, not 100% sure, but in 1943, I found a shield, and it's got the 495th on there, and it looks like an aardvark. It really does. It's got the snout. It really does look like an aardvark. I'm not 100%. It's got a helmet on it, and it looks like it's carrying a bomb. So some of these motifs or insignias date back from their original days, which really does excite me. This is clearly the F-35A's spooling with their Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100, the amazing F-35A, which I'm delighted. I do love the aircraft. I think it's amazing for what it does. The radar cross section is spectacular on it, about the size of a golf ball. And I'll on a less windy day, I'll go through all the details. A little bit tricky trying to show you diagrams and things in windy conditions like that. It's not, as I've said that, it's just stopped, which makes me think there's going to be another sudden push and a gust. But there we go. So yeah, the F-35A, which again we go into lots of detail, and so yeah, we've got 2 squadrons here flying that. But there we go. So the F-35. Let's have a little look what's going on here now. There's our F-35A. Let's have a little look again for those who aren't familiar. The F-35A, the only one with an internal cannon, so quite distinctive with that long contour there that you can see. So that's one indication straight away that you can see that it's the A variant. Of course there are other things, but you'll need to have a look at it from the top. The B variant, when you look at it head on, you'll see the sort of like the fuselage, sort of almost, it's like wearing a hoodie when you look at it from the front, and that's all to do with the of course the lift system, Rolls-Royce's lift fan and lift system that they've got there. But it is a wonderful masterpiece. It's got the amazing bits and pieces on it. It's got the EOT system, the electro-optical targeting system here, a very clever AESA, the active electronically scanned array. There's about 1,600 tiny little antennas in here, and they point upwards. Why do they point upwards? You don't want radar to have a look at you, do you? So it points upwards because there's always ground stations and radars trying to feed to get info, but it's pointing upwards. So there's that in there. You've got the electro-optical targeting system made out of sapphire, nice and clear, low radar cross-section with that as well. The whole thing's covered in Lockheed Martin's RAM, that's radar absorbing material in this type of paint. There's particles of some kind of iron in there which absorbs the radio frequencies that are trying to come back. It burns them basically. I guess it does that. There's radar absorbing tape. There's serrations everywhere. You may find, now I may need to reword this a little bit. Catching it at the right light, you may see what looks like mirrors. They're not mirrors, it just looks like mirrors if you catch it at the right light. Even windows can look like mirrors sometimes, right? Because of the reflection. That's the DAS system. There's about 6 in total. That's the distributed aperture system. And I'll show you in a little bit more detail, if I can, without the wind blowing it to pieces. Let's have a looky here. Oh, good shot. Here we go. So the DAS system. Oh, there's our DAS system there. Right, I'm going to try and hold that. The wind is like pushing it there. At the time of writing this, it's the AN/AAQ-37. Now these little mirrors that I've called them, they're not mirrors, but they look like it if you catch them at the right light. They form like a protection and detection bubble, like a 360 degree. It can link up with other F-35s with the DAS system. And what the system does, it literally, there's one there, there's 2 on this side, there's 1 or 2 here, and 1 on the top. And what it does is constantly tracking and searching. So it can track an S-400 or surface to air missiles. It's already tracking movable targets and other fighter jets or aircraft in the area, which means it can do this many, many miles away, which means it's got the option to engage or not. And it can link up with other F-35s. A very clever system that the F-35 does. God, that wind is awful now. Woo! Yes, that's right. There was a competition for the 495th. Ravens, that's another one. Okay, here comes trouble. Here we go. Max max speed, Mach 1.6. Here we go. Here we go. Oh yeah. And there's more. It's got a phenomenal range. The F-35, along with the F-35C, got a range of around 1,200 nautical miles. Now I know what you're thinking, I get this quite a lot. Well, that's not very fast, but Mach 1.6, I get asked this a lot. Now, the F-35 wasn't really designed for excessive plus Mach 2.0 speed. It was made for loitering time, getting the job done, not seen. Think about it. Take the B-2, take the F-117. They're not supersonic, and yet they get the job done undetected. That is the whole point of the F-35, because speed is in everything. It's not a racetrack. It's about having the range and using your radar cross section and your armament as well. It's got a lot. It can pack a lot as well. It can take 18,000 pounds of payload. Woo, yeah. Hard points as well. So the F-35A is the conventional takeoff and landing, the A variant, the most popular variant chosen by other air forces in their purchase. The A variant is the only one with the internal cannon, the GAU-22A. It's a 4-barrel cannon firing 25 or a range of 25mm rounds. Some of them can be fitted with the explosive rounds as well. It's got 4 hard points as well internally, 4 internal stations, along with 6 external stations on the wing that you can see here with the missile railings. More trouble. Here we go. I'm not going to show. remember. Let's have a little look at the F-35A's happy area. I forgot to mention, just under here, there's a little, well, if you can see it and spot it in the light, there's a little hatch about here, and that's where the FOTD is. I know, what does that mean? It's the fibre optic towed decoy. It's literally a decoy that's towed using a fibre optic cable, like a fake F-35A, to confuse enemy radar and to make them think it's somewhere else. So pretty clever on that respect there. Every single thing about this design is just quite spectacular, really. Do note all the serrations, whether it's the F-117, the B-2, all these serrations really do help go against the angle of reflection equals the angle of refraction, because at the end of the day, what the enemy radar tries to obtain is a signal that frequencies that go to an aircraft and bounce back to them. But if you're not going to get most of it, then that's a bit of a problem for you, isn't it? And the way you can do that is to make life really difficult for radio waves to bounce back using serrations. I mean, we're talking everywhere. We're talking on the landing gear and even the design of the nose cone as well. A characteristic of all fighter jets that are stealth have the ridge here. The nose is not perfect circle, so to speak. It's like it's got this ridge from literally from the point to the intake. If you have a look, whether it's the J20 or anything like that, have a look, even F-22. The reason for that is that you catch the radio waves. If it catches it just right, it will come all the way around and bounce back and return to sender, whereas this can't do that really on the end. Like I said, you've also got the radar absorbing material, which absorbs as much as it possibly can. There's a special coating on the F-35's canopy. There's a special electro-absorbing, radar-absorbing material that's sprayed, a coating onto there, can make it appear like a bronze orange or a nice purpley blue colour. What I like about the F-35 as well, that the canopy opens outwards. Is that right? I'd say outwards rather than traditionally they open inwards. That's quite an interesting thing. I kind of like that. It's pretty cool. The F-35A, like I said, there's an A, B, C. There's three main variants. The A variant, the conventional takeoff and landing. The F-35A does have an arrestor hook. It's a 9G pulling airframe, and it's the only one with the internal cannon, and it's conventional takeoff, just like a Typhoon or an F-15. The F-35B, that's got the Rolls-Royce lift system involved in that. G rating of +7. It doesn't have an arrestor hook on that one, and it's got slightly less payload and less range, because the big lift fan here, it's 1.2 tons. And the thing is, they've had to compromise here, because we're talking about something that's taken up a lot of space where it could have been used for fuel. All right, that's the, if you want something to answer, to come up with something stealthy and something to improve on the Harrier, then they did that. They had to make some form of compromise. It could still do a Mach 1.6 anyway, all right, with that one. And then, of course, the F-35C has an extra 2.4 meters. That's 4 foot either side. It's a total of 8 foot. It's a huge wing area. That's the C variant. Now, I'm just going to quickly go back to the B variant. That's called a STOVL aircraft, short takeoff and vertical landing, which when we're at Marham Streams, I'll show you how it all works. The C variant has a different airframe because of the carrier variant stresses that it has. The airframe is stronger, G rating of +7.5. Yes, it does have an arrestor hook, but not like the ones on the land based aircraft, because the arrestor hook is specially designed to catch on carriers. Larger wing area, that's quite important. You want that on the carrier because you want a larger wing area for greater lift. But because of the extra 4 foot either side, about 1.2 meters longer, it's got wing flaps. It's the only variant that has that, all right, on there. It's the heavier of the three, with that in mind, and it does, like I said, it's got another thing as well. The front nose gear is twin axle, all right, which means it has 2 wheels, and of course it's a lot stronger with that as well. To give you that in mind, it's £34,581, the F-35C. The F-35B is £32,472. These are empty weights, by the way, and then £29,000 on the F-35A. So quite a big difference with that. The A and the C have the same range at 1,200 nautical miles, the B variant at 900. On a combat configured, the A and the C are about the same, around 670 nautical miles, with the B variant at 505. That's still excessive, that's still good, it's still a good stats for that. The surface area, 460 square feet, that's 42.74 square meters of wing area on the A and B, whereas the C is a staggering 668 square meters, that's 62.06. It's huge, it can literally dwarf the things. The B and the C can have an externally mounted GAU-22 cannon if needed. Alright, let's sort that there now. And of course, don't forget, of course, to hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Do support the channel. Let's try and get back to our rhythm of things. We have been away, so hit the like button. Let's try and get to 1,000 likes. And of course, if you love military aviation, don't forget to support us and come and subscribe and enjoy. All right, time for tea. having a quick cup of tea while we wait. Oh dear. Hope we're all good. Well, a good first day back. I'm not sure what the weather's doing this week. It doesn't look great tomorrow and Friday, so I'm gonna have to come up with something. It'd be a bit of a shame. I don't seem to get the best of luck on Halloween's with that. Maybe it's a sign. Friday and Wednesday, well, tomorrow and Friday look a little bit damp, and but I'll keep my eye on it. I'll see if there's anywhere I can go, even if it's just an hour or somewhere. Let me see what I can do. That is weather permitting. Thanks a lot, Plane Spotter Tone. How you all doing? Hope you're all good. Hope you're well. LEJ Approach, Bundes, Darren Harwood, Simon Watchon, Margot, Aryan. I've only just realised Aryan on here. The names are all different. Ian McCabe, how you doing? Sophie the Girl, I believe that says. Alan Burden, Richie 840, Margot. Oh, that's a nice cup of tea. And Mark W from Australia, how you doing? And as like I've always said, good morning, good evening, good day, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And today we've hit 118k, which is quite remarkable, really. Hiya, you're right.
I follow you on YouTube.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks.
I love what you're doing, man.
Thanks, man. Thank you. And yeah, it's quite remarkable hitting 118 today. It's something that's still unbelievable, still climbing as we end the year in style. And like I mentioned in previous years, that mind you, I finish around 1500 anyway, but the streams will be a little bit less. But as I finish around 1500, it wouldn't really matter anymore, really, because that's when it's going to get dark. Because it does get a little bit what's the word I'm looking for? Can be quite unforgiving, the weather. But we'll do what we can. It's all about having some fun. Never make it non-fun. That's the whole purpose of it.
I like the van.
Thank you.
Is this your first live program? I haven't seen live.
I've been on holiday. Yeah.
I thought I'd seen something on.
Yes, I've been on holiday, having a little break. My usual break.
And you come back to all this lovely.
Oh yeah.
Time.
Oh yeah.
That was a good. They were good take. Weren't
They were good. Very good. Very good. Nice.
Yeah, it's my first time here.
Oh, is it?
So when I was because I'm just working nearby, and I thought, oh, come here for a couple of hours.
Well, enjoy.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
I reckon they'll stop flying around. Well, it starts getting dark early now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know when they finish. I don't know. I just finish around 3 o'clock, just to have some sort of balance.
Yeah. Yeah, I love all the interesting facts that come out of. I love them. Absolutely love them.
Oh, thank you.
When I'm at work or I'm at home, I'll put you on now.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
You got have a selfie?
Yeah, sure.
I might interrupt you too much.
You're right. I'll just come down quickly. Just in?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No
Thank
problem.
you.
All right. Enjoy your day.
And you, bud?
Hey Dad, look. He opened it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no worries. One sec. Okay, right, where are we going? Just here? Okay. Right. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, not bad myself. I'll stand in there. Lovely stuff. Cheers,
All right,
mate.
yeah, no worries. Enjoy your day, yeah? Alright, so let's pull this story off. It's last time I didn't get to do it. Oh yeah, you alright? Oh hi. Oh, has he? Yeah, Mark Joyce, yes. Yeah, man. Nice one.
He's at Anglesey at the minute.
Oh, is it? Yes, he is. He's at Llandudno.
That's it,
Yeah, legend.
Watching the old...
Having a good holiday, I'm sure. Oh, nice one.
You have a good time with them?
Yeah, I did, thank you. Yeah, it was really good. Had a really... Yeah, I love going there. It's good fun. Always good fun.
Where are you tomorrow?
Not sure. The weather is not looking brilliant. So it may be a day off.
Yeah.
I will see. I'll
What's
see what I
happening this
can...
afternoon, Ted?
You're right.
What's happening this afternoon?
It's been alright today.
Yeah. It's nice like this morning, eh?
Yeah. Oh, nice one. Good to see you, man.
Whole beach.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't realise he was talking around there.
No, you're alright. No, I'm not sure. Don't know. Just got to hope for the best on some of them.
Yeah. They have a nice life.
Yeah. They too. See you later, man. Right, let's. Right, I'm going to try something. I never got to do it last time. And I'm going to see if I can pull this off today. Let's have a look, because it's a bit special. I'm going to see if I can do it. Bear with me a moment, just finishing off this cup of tea, and then I'm going to see if I can pull this off. Am I able to do this? Oh, that's a lovely cup of tea, Jackie. Yeah, so I never got to do this last time. And it's a story that's just amazing. And it's something that happened here. A Victoria Cross was awarded here at Lakenheath in 1942. And I want you to have a look at this beautiful, beautiful aircraft of 149 Squadron. Just pop that there. Let's have a look. So I tried to do this last time and it just didn't work. This beautiful short Sterling bomber. It's absolutely huge. I'm so scared to drop it. But there it is in its glory. This beautiful short Sterling bomber, and the markings of 149 Squadron, Oscar Juliet, and H. I'm not sure if it was H for Harold at the time. I need to just double check that. Still got the airmen inside. The beautiful engines running proudly here. I believe this is a Mark 1 with the Hercules engines. Listen to them go. Beautiful. There's our rear gunner there. And I want to tell you a story that happened from here. I want to tell you something that happened, and the story that I'm going to film is called True to the End. And as we know, Lakenheath today in Suffolk, it's today's fighter town, hosting the United States Air Force, and has done so since 1948, with of course the F-15 Strike Eagle and the F-35A of the 48th Fighter Wing. It was once a heavy bomber station as well, with the Royal Air Force, built in 1940 for bomber command use and functioned as a satellite station to RAF Mildenhall. It's the residence, its first ever residence came all the way from RAF Lossiemouth, which was number 20 operational training unit, who arrived with their Vickers Wellington bombers. Now their role was to train airmen on a specific aircraft, and eventually Mildenhall Squadrons 149 and 199 made Lakenheath their home, operating the short Sterling bomber, the RAF's first ever 4-engine bomber. And they transitioned from their Wellingtons to this, and like I said, was the S29, the short Sterling bomber. And I'll tell you what, underneath, you'll admire its 14,000 pound of payload. Look at this, look at that. And I'm not here to tell you the flaws, because of course it did have a few design issues, but look at that, absolutely magical, isn't it? But let's carry on. It's like holding a weapon, literally. It's absolutely amazing. Right, so it was on the morning on the 28th of November 1942. The briefing room filled with airmen who awaited their commander to brief them on their mission for the day. The huge map unveiled their destination, which on that day was Turin, Italy. And their target was the Fiat aircraft factory. Amongst the crew was an Australian-born Sergeant Rawdon Hume Ron Middleton of 149 Squadron, who would be the lead pilot for his men. He joined 149 Squadron in February 1942, and by July he was appointed as an aircraft captain. He flew his first raid as pilot in command on Dusseldorf from Mildenhall, and 9 months later he's now finding himself flying his crew to combat over Turin. And this would be Ron's 29th sortie, leaving just a single sortie remaining to complete a tour, thus earning a rotational break from combat duties. And this is Ron's aircraft right here. Now Ron Sterling BF372, sorry. As you can see there, you can just about see it weighs so much. Amazing. Ron Sterling marked OJH started up the 1500 horsepower Bristol Hercules engines on the cold, dark November evening and took off from Lakenheath at 18:14 local. Now, the raid consisted of 228 bombers with a mix of Lancasters, about 117 and 45 Halifaxes and 19 Wellingtons, and a total of completing 47 Sterlings. Now, the fully loaded and fully fueled 4-engine heavy bomber, the Sterling, had a lower service ceiling than the other bombers. I mean, the others were reaching about 24,000 feet of service ceiling, whereas our heavy, fully loaded Sterling could only get to 16,500 or 17,000 at a max. So areas like the Alps, well, would be a choppy ride, whereas the others, the Halifax and the Lancaster, could fly over them. Whereas for our poor Stirling, we're talking about a bumpy ride now. So that was the challenges through the Alps. A choppy ride, lower service ceiling, and exposure to more flak and anti-aircraft fire. Nevertheless, the Stirling had a trick up its sleeve. The design of the wings at 99-foot wingspan on its long body meant that it was more manoeuvrable than the other bombers. In fact, it could outmaneuver attacking fighters such as an ME-110. So his second pilot, Ron's second pilot, was Flight Sergeant Leslie Anderson Hyder. Flight engineer was Sergeant James Ernest Jeffrey. Bombardier flying officer George Riker Royd, and wireless operator Sergeant John William Mackey. And the 4 air gunners were ready as the Stirling was minutes away from their target. But weather conditions started to deteriorate, unfortunately, and the flashes of anti-aircraft fire began their rampage, the clouds flashing and glowing orangey and yellow, and the skies thickening with smoke, scattered low clouds. And Ron kept focused and tried to keep his Stirling steady for Bombardier Royd to set targets to release the bombs. The first run was not successful, as Ron and Royd couldn't make out the Fiat works, and with that, with no success, Ron literally did an unthinkable maneuver. Ron decided to turn his huge Stirling again like a mosquito, a whole 360 degrees in the swarms of anti-aircraft fire, with Stirlings turning gracefully amongst the guns fired from the Italian defence. Now, I'm going to just swap arms, because so Ron did the unthinkable. He couldn't see the target on the first attempt, and he did the unthinkable. He went round again, would you believe? Okay, and he went round for the second time. Again, couldn't get to the target. He went round again for the third time, because of the turn rate of the Stirling being such a heavy bomber, but with this stubby wingspan and long fuselage, meant it can do that. Now, Ron's third attempt was disastrous. As he lined up ready to drop the bombs on his target, flak smashed through the cockpit and exploded. Now, viewer discrepancy, please, on this one. If you're a bit queasy, please just turn the volume down. The flak exploded, injuring his co-pilot, but Ron had it the worst. His right eye was ripped out of his socket, his jaw was fractured, shrapnel all over his arms and legs and torso. In fact, with that much damage, the Stirling, along with his co-pilot injured, went into a dive. They were already low level, and his co-pilot Hyder been hit. The Stirling was now pilotless as it went down into a dive, hundreds of feet, 2,000 feet, 1,500 feet, 1,000 feet, 900 feet. The rest of the crew were completely helpless, with Ron miraculously come out of being unconscious in the dive, and with the help of his co-pilot Hyder, they managed to pull the Stirling up with just a few hundred feet remaining. As he levelled the aircraft in horrific agony, he still had the focus on dropping the 14,000 pound of bombs, which he did, and his badly damaged Stirling was now been ready to get back. It was badly damaged, it had flak all over it, but the main problem was the pilot was so badly wounded, in agony. Ron was losing a lot of serious amount of blood, but the problem is now he made that choice. He didn't want his crew bailing out over enemy territory. He wanted to get them home, and he was in and out of consciousness, and he didn't want his men to bail out over even on neutral grounds, but nor did he want them to bail over neutral grounds, but he wanted his men home safe. And they met even more flak over France as their Stirling took even more hits from flak over France as they tried to get home. They met more flak, and finally they got over the channel. 30-year-old Mackey was also injured, and the men attended each other for first aid as they were over the sea. England wasn't far away, and Ron, with his right eye missing, shattered jaw, could only mumble his intentions. Ron painfully said to his men, "I will get you home." Gunners Flight Sergeant Cameron and Sergeant Goff assisted Ron. Fuel was seriously low, so serious that the English Channel they could see in sight, but they only had a few minutes left of fuel. Ron ordered his men to prepare to bail out. He could see England and her coast. They were almost home, but the Stirling's engines were close to fuel starvation. The Kent coast was in sight, but Ron then faced a challenge. He knew he couldn't get to an airfield for bailing out, so he did the unthinkable. Ron did something amazing. Let me just turn this round. So Ron was worried that if the aircraft ran out of fuel over land, there was civilians. He could see the towns and villages, he could see the lights. This was about 3 in the morning on the next day, and Ron was worried that it was just going to run out of fuel and kill civilians. So what Ron did was, if this is the coast, I'll do it this way. So he's aiming for the English coast. What Ron did was turn the Stirling this way, so that when it ran out of fuel, it would go into the sea and not kill civilians. He had that on his mind, considering he was losing a lot of blood, and he managed to come up with this plan in so much agony. He saw the houses and thought, no way. So the first 5 bailed out: Goff, Cameron, Skinner, Royd and Hyder, and they landed safely. They got to the shore. They all 5 survived. His front gunner Mackie and flight engineer Jeffrey stayed behind to try to talk him out of it. Just 19 years old, Jeffrey and Mackie, who was 31, stayed with the pilot. Now Ron knew that they probably wouldn't survive if they bailed out. He certainly couldn't bail out. He would not survive. But whatever he fought that day, he was true to the end. He stayed right to the end. Now, the other 2, Jeffrey and Mackie, were found the very next day. They did not survive. Now, there are 2 sources. There are two sides to this. Not sides, sorry. There are 2 stories to this. Okay. Some suggest that the 2 bailed out, but it was too low. Because obviously you can't bail out if you're too low. You have to be a certain height to parachute out. So they were found the very next day. Now, I have also come to a source that suggests that the 2 stayed with Ron right to the end. So I don't know. What do you think? I like to think that Ron didn't die alone, because Ron did not survive. In fact, he was found in February the next year. That's about 4 months. He was washed ashore over Shakespeare Beach. But he was not only was he posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, and he's buried at Mildenhall at St John's, and you can go and see his grave along with his other brothers who also perished for freedom. Now, the other 2 did not make it. Now, I don't know whether they stayed with him or they bailed out and didn't survive. But what I do know, and what we know, is that the other 2, Jeffrey and Mackie, were washed ashore the next day. So I'm not too sure how that worked out. But not only was Ron posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross, he was also posthumously promoted to pilot officer, which I find that rather nice. And that story is called True to the End, and that is written on his grave, and you can see it. But yeah, it's amazing, some of the stories that actually come from the very bases that we come and enjoy. It's very fascinating. I'm going to auction this at the TED party, by the way. So if you want this, I will auction it, all right? Yes, I will do that. Why not? Dieter, how you doing, my man? Hope you're good.
5 o'clock. 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 5 o'clock.
Yes, so I may not have mentioned it, but I think you worked it out. Yeah, so the Sterling ran out of fuel and crashed into the sea. The 5 that bailed out can only watch helplessly as they got themselves to safety. But what an amazing story! And there was another story exactly. Arthur Aaron, I think it was, in a Sterling, same mission over Turin, different date. I think it happened in. I came across it. I think it. Actually, let me just check. I think it was Arthur Aaron, and he managed Arthur Lewis Aaron. That's it. And it was in August 1943. So it happened a year after, and he managed. He had the same wounds as well, bizarrely, as in his jaw was completely either hanging off or ripped off or whatever. But he managed to get back. But he died sadly of his wounds and he saved his men. He got his men back, and he was also awarded a Victoria Cross. He flew, I think it was with I'm trying to think if it was with 218 Squadron that he did that. Was it 218? I'm pretty sure it was 218. I might be wrong on that, and I do apologise. It was only something I literally just came across. But yeah, another act of valour, and he was just 21 years old. Ron, 26. Lynn, yeah, thank you. I mean, the stories are going to be endless. That's another. I try to do that with the lost airfields. I'll try to find a particular story for you. There's a few lost airfields episodes coming soon. There's one in November. I think it's the 3rd. Let me just double check. I've got a lost airfields coming up, and that has a story for you as well. I try my best to find anything like that. So episode 16 is out on the 9th of December. I'm working backwards here. Episode 4. Well, if that's episode 14, there we go. Episode 15 on the 5th of December, and episode 14 is on the 22nd of November. So look out for them. So yeah, I'll be auctioning that one. And Yeah, that's that happened here. Plain Spotter Tone, thank you very much. Guards March to you, thank you for the super chat. Coffee on me, bro, thank you. I'll sort that out, thank you very much. LEJ Approach with 28 months membership. Still the best channel on the planet, Bundesliga. Absolutely. Too right. Sub and watch on high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Stu McRae, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you for joining us. And Davey74 with 32 months membership. Oi oi from Duxford. Oh, cool. I didn't know you were at Duxford. Have a great stream, everyone, and hit the like. Oh, yeah. Nice one, man. And Plain Spotter Tone with another super chat. Guards March, thank you very much. And Darren Harwood with 32 months membership. Guards March to you as well. And John Cotton with 28 months. Always enjoy your streams. Thank you very much. So, just waiting for the F-35s to return, and then I'd say that was our day done complete. Well, you never know with this place, eh? Oh, there we go, some startups there. handy, isn't it? Goodness me. Well, I hope you all had a good time while we were away, and oh, here's yes, my name is Jens from Germany. Yes, yeah, I enjoyed the Bundesliga. Yeah, I enjoyed it. My team, Leipzig, this win 6-0. Yes, against Augsburg. Yes. Hey, how you doing there? You alright there, Jens? Ah, you, it's the wise one that fixes things. Yeah, how's it going, mate? You alright? That's very good, very good. How you doing? My name's Grand Crew Drew. It's a bit more windy out here, isn't it? It's not good for me Barnet, is it? Ah, this Barnet, they play football? Oh, I think so, mate. Yeah, Barnet FC, I think they play football, yeah. Ah, that's very good. But I think they're a bit like, I don't know. I think they're a bit like grasshoppers, really. What do you mean grasshoppers? Oh, I think they prefer cricket. Is this a funny joke? I'm not too sure. I have a joke for you, and I will try to translate it. My name is Jens. It's all about the Bundesliga. So Cinderella, she tried to play football, and she was not allowed to play football anymore. Oh, why is that? She kept running away from the ball. That's pretty good. That is a good one. I love that. Oh, it's nice to have a bubble bath, isn't it? A bubble bath, yes, after football it's good to have a bubble bath. Nah, bubble bath, laugh. What do you mean? What is this bubble bath and laugh? I like to go in and go, yeah, not laugh. Well, no, bubble bath, laugh. I'm not too sure what you mean. Oh, it's just an expression. Express, very good. I like espresso. Nah, the way you express yourself. What do you mean? What's wrong? Can I not speak it properly? Yes? No, it's all fine, mate. What I'm saying is that things rhyme, and I make things to rhyme with the word I want. What do you mean? I like this. This is the vibe. This is what I'm talking about. You can tell you're a ground crew. You know what you're talking about. Well, sometimes I'll just make it up if I'm not too sure. But you know, I'm only kidding. Yeah, basically, the current bun. Current buns. I like current buns. I have them. A hot cross bun. Yeah, but current bun is the sun. I see. So there's no current bun. Yeah, you got it. That's it. I see. Okay. So I've been standing on my plates of meat. Absolutely. You got it. Plates of meat feet. My mince pies is my eyes. It's all about food with you, isn't it? You're like the other one, that Reginald. Yeah, he's where is he? Oh, I think he's at the kebab shop. I see. Anyway, I must go. Bundesliga. Goodbye. 6-0. Bundes. I like him. He's alright, isn't he? Well, my name's Grand Crew Drew. Hope you're all good. Been busy. With Nick's been away. Been concentrating on a lot of work, just getting things done. I hope you're all good. Nice to see you. My name's Grand Crew Drew. That's right. Not a lot of people know about us. Been helping out with the Fighter Generation Squadron. Just been doing me thing. So hopefully it's all good. There's Liga. What? Oh my word. Is he alright? Oh. Okay. Anyway, mine, there you go. See ya. Right, so lots of F-15s starting up in the background while that was going off. Let's see what that amalgamates to. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Claire Bear, how you doing? Alan Burden, Phil, MDK 3192. Yeah, sorry about the handles that have just appeared on the screens there, but that's the way it is for now. It will sort itself out. I'll tell you what it is. It usually happens when there's a new feature on YouTube, and there is a new one feature that you may see. I don't know. It's a hype. I don't know when they're bringing out a hype button or where it's just a automatic algorithmic, if that even is a word, way of doing things. I'm not really sure, but there is a hype section on there. Mark Keynes, we've got Boss Colombo, we've got Johnny B. So we're just waiting for our F-35s to return, and that will be yeah. So usually when there's something new. Do you remember? There's what's it? What's that? But Top Fans. When that come out, there was a few different things going on, and it reverted to the usernames. And then when that got sorted, it came back. So it will get rectified. It's just always a sign that something new is coming. So we've got F-15s taxiing out very shortly. Well, lots of F-15E Strike Eagle startups that you can hear in the background, so let's see what we're going to get. We've still got F-35s to come back, but of course if they've been refueling air to air, they could be a while. Wait. So thanks for making us 118,000 subscriber channel. Wow. Oh yeah, there we go. Just pop that in there for you. No idea.
Oh, that's
Alright, don't go and talk to him.
Sorry.
It's no use.
Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Good to see you on here. Thanks a lot for the super. Hello. G Van Pullion, how you doing? Hope you're good. Orion 33, how you doing as well? So here comes the Fweep machines. You can hear the nozzles. Here we go. Listen to that beautiful sound coming from the wonderful engines. The Pratt & Whitney F100 229s on these F-15E Strike Eagles. The engine itself is 4.85 meters long. Just to put that into perspective, the EJ200 engines on the Eurofighter is 3.98 meters. The Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW100 on the F-35 A and C is 5.59 meters. So it's fantastic with its 3-stage fan. That's 3-stage low pressure compressor, along with 10, that's right, I repeat, 10 high pressure compressors, compressing the air 32 times the atmospheric pressure. So going in at 1 bar, it is now compressed and squeezed 32 times to what it was. It's got a great low bypass ratio at 36. Output just over 29,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner, and it has 2 of these wonderful engines, and here we go. Okay, here come the F-15E Strike Eagles, here we go. As they come down the catwalk. You just about see the additional intakes on the PW229s. They're just halfway up on our visual on the CFTs, the conformal fuel tanks. There's a little, you can see them, these little pipes, these little exhausts that come out. That's specific to the PW229 variant. still the only aircraft and its pilot to have scored an air-to-space kill in 1985, September the 13th. Absolutely amazing. And that aerial victory goes to Wilbert D. Doug Pearson. Sounds good, here we go. gifted Ted Coningsby memberships from one of our fans, Lilo Doublefly, Orion 33. Wow. This one's for you. of the day for us. One for the road, one for the sky. How's it going, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? So, we've got another 2. We'll wait for these and see if there's anything else. Jansen watching from Germany, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Johnny B, Summer Watch on, Williams 88C, Hank Verkuel, Mayhem Marshy, G-Van Pulliam, Noxie, and welcome to all the new members today. There's been lots of you. Thank you very much. And Margot mentioned it as well. Do think about renewing it. Check it out and enjoy all the perks, and visit tedconingsby.co.uk and take advantage of the discount that you can get on our merchandise. We do ship globally and worn locally, of course, made locally, so do enjoy the perks that you get. Members only discount, members only videos, previews before anyone else gets to see them, our Discord server, lots of cool stuff. Check out the perks and enjoy. That's the main thing. Enjoy the membership, and it does help the channel very much so. It allows us to put fuel in the van, keep it legal, roadworthy, maintained, and invest in any equipment that we need, because things do break eventually and wear and tear, like my back the other day. Never mind, I'm still going. Still going. So for all the info that you'd like, all the usual questions, using our members only Discord server allows you to be in the know with everyone and see what's going on, and a great place to all hang out together off stream. You can chat. So for those that are new, that don't know what Discord is, it's a bit like a, how do I say, a bit like Facebook, but just for members. Literally a server that's just been put there just for Ted Coningsby members. You can't access it without being a member. All right, so that kind of thing. So you can basically chat and go into lots of different chat rooms, because they're all labeled in topics, if that makes sense. So there'll be a thread for I'm just trying to find out, make one up now quickly. There's a general chat room. There's memberships where you have a specific chat room for a particular level of membership. There's like TCS party, REAT, air show advice, photography advice, nature. There's lots of different chat rooms, and of course there's just a general chat room you can just go into. And that, again, if you're worried about that with social media, it is literally a server just for 10 Coningsby memberships. And it is managed by the Spanner Flight, who are on the show, of course, every time, looking after the streams, keeping things sweet and neat, as I say, because that's the way it's done from day one, and we're still going. Big shout out to our very own Spanner Flight. How are we all doing? Orion 3-3, Lilo double fly of all the military aviation streams. CCS is the most complete coverage in my estimation, delivered with heart, mind, body and soul. And Ted and friends, thank you to the #1 mods as well. Big shout out to the Spanner Flight. Oh yeah. Mayhem Marshy, oi oi to you. How many Brown was here yesterday? Marco, how you doing? All your week, great to see you back, squadron leader. Thank you very much. Mark Moody, how you doing? Mark Keynes, Alan Bird and Elsie. Mitch Janssen, enjoying it. See if I can do this. Quite a basic drawing, but for those that don't know, it's all about the convergent exhaust nozzle, which controls the bleed air. This is inside the F-15E Strike Eagles PW229s, the F100 engine, and it's a conversion exhaust nozzle control. It's called a CENC for short, and it's bleed air. Now the wonderful petals in this geometric shaping of these petals are controlled by the CENC, which pushes bleed air through the actuator, so it's pneumatic or pneumatic, and that controls the geometric opening and closing, that beautiful shape. Now that bleed air creates a sound, Fweep! And that is basically it. A control nozzle, a conversion exhaust nozzle control, which runs that, it manages that bleed air, pushes it through the actuators. I can't remember how many there are there. I think there are 6 actuators which open and close the geometric shape. Now, it may sound all fun and happy, but there is a good reason. It's an important reason. If you do not match your airflow with your thrust, you can cause a like a flame out, perhaps. You will have serious engine trouble, basically. So, although a happy sound, a very important one, and it allows, I mean, I find it brilliant. The reasons why other engines don't Fweep is because they don't use air, that bleed air to push through. They are like hydraulically managed mechanically. I believe the CENC is powered by the compressor as well. We can go further back. It's powered by one of the compressor stages from the pressure. There could actually be 5 actuators, not 6. All right, here we go. I'm trying to count them off this diagram, I'm guessing. Right, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Well, unbelievable. Well, Lilo Doublefly, not really sure. I mean, I dedicated Lilo Doublefly, high five, pull pump, salute with the fly past, and I gave you a very, your very own dedicated flight there. And just want to say a massive Guards March to Lilo Doublefly, who's gifted an absolutely whopping 50, that's 50 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much for that. That is just absolutely amazing. Thank you so much from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel. Thank you, and thank you. Danny Hutch 7, member for 5 months. Great to have you back after well-deserved R&R, absolutely. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super sticker. Now this is a funny one. I got SHB Motorsports Productions. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Member for 14 months. Oi oi, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Oi oi. Only because the length of the usernames on here are yeah, they're different. The Bedrock, member for 5 months, loving all the live streams again. Oi oi to all. Raymond Haldane 227, thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. High five and a Guards March. Alan Q, thank you very much as well for the super sticker. And Jay Borton, free, member for 2 months, best channel on the web. Thank you very much indeed. Right, that is us done. Our first day back, and it was a good one. Hope you've all enjoyed it. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that, ladies and teddy bears. What a day. Really good day. A little bit breezy, but hey, good first day back, right? Always a bit daunting when you go back to work, and but there we go. And I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been absolutely brilliant, and these men and women here, they go on all night, so enjoy if you're here. Right, that's us done. First day back, first day complete. It's just coming up to 10 minutes to the hour, and I hope you've all enjoyed our first day back. And again, thank you for the support, and thanks for tuning back in. And yes, we were away for holiday. We just had our October break. We usually go away in October and February, March time, so look out for that. Expect a break, and of course there are Christmas breaks as well, but we'll see, because sometimes they just keep flying. Right, ladies and teddy bears, I hope you enjoyed our first day back. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. RAF Lakenheath, thank you very much, and all our friends and viewers and members, thank you so much. It's been amazing. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya! Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.